And so why wait for 10 years? So each year I conducted interview at the nuclear power plant. And there are a lot of public voices concerning this incident, wondering why this incident has not been addressed. I remember my first trip to Fukushima. It was in the second half of 2012, and I think I was a bit scared actually. I was very concerned about the influence of this radioactivity of Fukushima power plant. And this is a map of Fukushima Island. And this map was released around 2005, before the accident. The Fukushima power station accounts for about 10% of the power generation. Most of the electricity goes to the surrounding area of Tokyo, so this is a very important nuclear power plant. But since the accident, this has become a kind of black zone for the local people, and they were a bit concerned. And I also carried the detector with me, and we see that it shoots up immediately when we enter the nuclear power plant. And I think there is a reason for local people to be afraid. And I myself was also a bit concerned. And also, I do not have a lot of effective means protection. Yes, I believe that we actually lack protection. We lack effective means of protection in our daily lives. And for local people, they live in this area, so the challenge may be that much more bigger for them. So how do you think this wastewater affect local people's livelihood? I think a more experienced reporter told me that we should conduct the interview at night and also over the mountain with less radioactivity. But however, we sometimes will stay closer to the radioactive zone. There weren't a lot of hotels. Sometimes we stay at local people's houses. And also for convenience, but also for information, I think. We sometimes talk to the local people about their livelihood before and after this accident. So we drove all the way in. We saw all of the debris due to the tsunami and earthquake. And you don't see a lot of young people if you drive in. Most of them are senior residents complaining about the lack of tourists and outsiders and young people, I think. There's one story which haunted me. I stayed with one of the families for dinner, and an old woman accommodated us, and she offered me a plate of this sashimi for me, but I dare not have it. I think there are a lot of local people that shared my concern. So I took one or two bites out of politeness, but I can feel this kind of disappointment for the from the local people, and because this lack of effective means to address this problem from the side of the Chinese government. So have you felt any improvement in the past 10 years concerning this incident? Frankly speaking, no, or very little. I conduct an interview with the Japanese government and officials, and what they told me was always that they are doing their best. They are attending to the problem, but the local people would have a different story concerning this. I remember I talked to a local farmer, and he said that they say one thing but do another. They never came here. They never see what is going on, come to see what is going on. And with very strong emotions. Right, yes, I can feel that in your tone. Now it's 2023 and we are still unsure of where the wastewater is going. And now let's talk to our local reporter from Tokyo. Hello, Li Weibing.
李卫兵你好。 Can
you tell us more about the situation? Currently, we are at the Prime Minister's residence at Tokyo. 2 years ago, the Japanese government decided to discharge the wastewater from Fukushima nuclear power plant, and there has been many protests and even on daily basis concerning this decision. 2 days ago, the Prime Minister Kishida held a cabinet meeting concerning this execution of such decision that is starting from today. They will be discharging wastewater from the nuclear power plant into the sea, despite all of the protests and disagreements from all walks of life, namely, especially the fishing industry. And the head of the National Federation of Fishery Cooperative Association announced that they are strongly against such a decision because it is irresponsible of the local fishing industry. The cabinet announced that they have gained the understanding of the fishing industry. However, that is not the case because the aquatic products price are plummeting due to this announcement. And also multiple states government has announced their suspension of importing of Japanese aquatic products. There are also a lot of protests from other industries concerning agriculture and also processing industry of fishery products. And they also announced their disagreement and protest against such an action. Because these industry came a long way since the earthquake, and they are on a slow recovery route. This decision, however, will once again exert a heavy blow on these industries. A lot of governments and countries and regions have already announced the ban on Japanese aquatic products, and this for sure will affect the livelihood of the fishing industries and the professionals. So there are strong opposition against such decision. Another announcement that we have heard, piece of information that we have heard yesterday, was that the fishery associations and professionals are planning to bring charges against the Japanese government as well as the Fukushima power plant concerning such an action. And this class action is supposed to happen on 8th of September, and now around 100 people have already signed this plan to bring this class action. So the Tokyo Electric Power Company, TEPCO, has announced this decision yesterday. They said that they will give some compensations to the local before the discharges. And but the precondition is that you have evidence, you have proof to show that your livelihood has been affected, or like the price of the aquatic products dropped before this incident. Dropped after this discharge. But we believe that damage will be immense. TEPCO announced their discharge plan yesterday. They will discharge processed wastewater by diluting it with seawater before discharging. Once it is up to standard, that is about 1/4 of the national standard, that is 1,500 becquerel per liter. And the total number of discharges it will reach 5 trillion becquerel of tritium. So they will be running a test early this morning to decide the exact time of discharge. We have heard the announcement from TEPCO from their press conference saying that after this test, according to the results, it is up to the national standard, and also the meteorological condition of the local site is up to standard, and they plan to discharge the wastewater at 1 p.m. Beijing time. So the effect of such a charge will be immense, because it will not last for 1 day or 1 year. It will be as long as 30 years for this discharge. So how would that affect the local and surrounding government and even the global environment? And how will this kind of so-called subsidies or compensation go to the local people? Will they fulfill their commitment in such a long time? If it is not up to standard, this will be an immense disaster. So that is all
好的，
from
非
my
常感谢李
report
卫兵老师来自
for
前
now.
方的这个报道哈。我
Thank
们也
you,
听到，
Mr.
其
Liu,
实
for
这种
your
这个核污水
report.
对当地的民生的影响是分很多个
We
层次的哈，有
also
这
have
个人身
heard
安
this
全健康方面，还有民生生计方面的这种担
effect
忧。
on
那
the
其实
local
像这样的一
people
种
and their
影响，并不是说
livelihood.
东电公司
I
或者日本
believe
政府通
such
过一些补偿的计划
effect
就能够有效的
cannot
弥补上的。
be,
那我们
you
其
know,
实在直播的
recovered
过程当中也有
by
收
some
集很多网
simple
友的评论哈。
compensation
那
of the
在 有
local
一位网友
government.
叫做冥
We
王
have
星上有
also
骂他，
heard
就问
some
大家
local
还吃日
some
料吗？现在
comments
你刚才也提到说，其实在当地还
from
有人会做生
our
鱼片，但是
viewers
是不是在日本生鱼片是一个很家常
saying
的
that
菜？他们
they
是
will
因为就是
we
比如
will
说
be
他们会
reluctant
受
to have
到核
Japanese
污染的
food
影响而
now.
改变自己的饮食习惯，或者你
So
当
will
时
the
有这样的
local
观察
people
吗？
change
其
their
实我当时在
diet
的那
due
段
to
时间啊，
such
生鱼
an
片吧，大
action?
家其实吃的还算多，但是
I think
有一点很重要，就
sashimi
是
is very
福岛的这个
common
生鱼片，连日本人
Japanese
自己都不
cuisine,
吃。然后刚刚
but
李卫兵老师，我们在日本站的
the
时候，
local
我们
people
俩
now
是非常亲近
refuse
的同事。我记
to,
得我第
you
一
know,
次去
take
福岛拍那个海鲜市场，包括他
the
提到的这个渔业协
fishery
会的会长，
products
我俩一块儿去的。
that
然
is
后
produced from
这次我来做这个
Fukushima.
直播的时候，我心想，我离开日本已经那么多年了，6年了，我当初的经验不知道现在是
It
不
has
是还
been
适
6
用。
years since
没
I
想到刚才
left
听李卫兵老师
Japan.
一介绍，哎，好像情况还是这样子，怎么那么多年了？他说的这些，包括这个日本
But
当地民民的抗议，日本政
from
府
what
的
I
处理进度，
heard
好像跟我在的时候并没
from
有什么
Mr.
变化。
Lee's
当初
introduction,
我们
I
也
don't
是
think that the
到了这
situation
个
has
福岛当地，
changed
在盘
that
城县吧，一
much.
家当地非常大的海鲜市场。
I
我
was
看到
at
那
one
里
of
其实还是
the
在
one
正
of
常
the
营业，有不
biggest
少的鱼，并且
fishing
种类也
market
很丰
in
富。然后进去结果一
Fukushima,
问，
and there are a lot of
发现那些海
aquatic
底都不是当地
products.
捕捞的，都是在日本其他
But
地方捞的。
I
然后再运
asked
到福岛来卖给当
the
地
对，
人。
vendors,
都是他
and
们
they
因为
say
当
that
地首先
none
是
of
禁止捕
the
捞了，然后
fishing
有一段时间
products
呢，日本政府曾
at
经在
the
当地推行
market
了，这都是
were
好几年
from
前的事儿了。
local.
在那儿推行了一个试验捕
Most
捞，
of them
但是捞上
are,
来的
you
他们经
know,
过一检测，就是说还是不能
transported
吃，
from other
所以只能从其他地
places
方来进货，
and
这样
put
才能。
onto the
其实这样
market
销路也还是
because
很
the
差，来的人很少。
local
然后我们当时进
people
去采访的时候，
refuse
因
to
为日本
eat
的
the
采访
fishing
的这个
products
流程比较严
from
格，
the
你要想去
surrounding
这个地方采
area.
访，必须得提前很久预约。但是那天我们也是偶然采访完这个协会
So
会长
that
之后，
will
逛的那
affect
个
the
海鲜市
sales,
场，
of
去了以
course,
后我没有
because
预
the
约，但
price
是那
would
些渔民们一
naturally
看
be
到我们啊，就
higher.
是非常激动，就是要围上来，有很
And
多话要跟我们
another
说。
details
我
is
也印象
that
很深
when
刻的
we
有一个大
came,
叔，
when
就是
we
也是一个
visit
典型的渔民打扮，
Fukushima, the
穿着
local
他们那
people
个
seem to be
高帮的这个
very
靴子，
excited
然
to
后在那说，
see
哎呀，
us, and
日
they
本的
seem
政
to
客太
have
喜
a
欢
lot
作
to
秀了，就来我们
say.
这儿又品尝海鲜，又
They
做这个
were
的。
complaining
他们是
about
完全没有意义，
some of
没有
the,
任何意义，整天
you
喊着
know,
什么福岛
show
加
that
油
has
什么
been
的。
put
我希望
on
他们
by
最好能
the
在我这儿住
local
一个星期，住一个月，看
officials.
看我们渔民是怎么生活的。
And he said
看得
that
出来他们
they
的
were
生
always
活对
here,
渔
they
民受的
were
影响，
trying
在
the
当
fishery
时就已经这么大
products,
了，很难想象
and
在
they
今天如
can,
果
you
说真的
know,
日本政府做出了这一个不可挽回的举动之后，会有什么进一步的
console us
影
that
响。
will be
而
okay,
且
but
我
I
觉得听你
wish they
说让
could
我特别
stay
感
with
触一
us
点
for,
是，
you
可能
know,
福岛
1
的渔民
week
捕上
to
来的
feel
鱼
what
是
is
没法
going
卖
on,
的，但是他
what
们还
is
要去
really
别的
going
地
on
方，
here.
相当于是把鱼运
Well,
过
I
来再
can't
卖给当
believe
地
what
人，这个对
is
他们本身的生活的
what
开销来
what
说
what
也是一笔
how
增
would
加，对
that
吧？
对，成
affect
本
the
肯定是
local
增加了
people?
不
They
少，而且
cannot
那部分在那边可
fish
能
in
原来
a
是一个很
surrounding
繁荣的海鲜
area.
市
They
场，也
have
只能说是
to
当地人买卖，没有
purchase,
条
they
件去
have
外面
to
的。
procure
在
fisher product from
福
other
岛以外
places
的
and
地
then
方，
sell at
你
the
是能
local
见到日
market.
本政府就是为了支援福岛而推广的福岛的海鲜，包括福岛的农产品，但是都会卖得
The
非常
local
便宜，而且
people are
会专门贴上来的福
promoting
岛。据
the
我观察，实际上日
products,
本当地人也是不喜欢买这种东西的。
but
然后我去
at
福
a
岛采访的
very
时候，
low
会问到他们这件事
price
情，然后福岛当地的这些民众
and
也
with
表
a
示很无奈，
tag
因为他们
saying
有
that
时有人
it
搬不走，
is
只能在当地住着。他们
produced
是我
in
说的，我们感觉我
Fukushima.
们出去好
The
像受到
local
歧视了。
people,
我其实正想问你这一点，
they
因
are
为
also
一方面是福岛的这些水产业都会
very
单独打上
dissatisfied
福岛
with the
的标签，但是对于
situation
福岛
because
的
they
百姓
cannot
来
leave
说，他
their
们明明
hometown.
是这场灾
But
难的
even
受
if
害
they
者，
leave,
但
they
是
feel
却要因
discriminated.
此被欺
they are the victim of such an accident, but people held prejudices against them due to this accident. So were there some, contradictions or confrontations due to this kind of situation? Yes, I do feel some kind of discrimination, bullying because of this kind of incidents. I think the local people are also dissatisfied with the situation. The Japanese people
他们经常会给我们这些外国记者，尤其是外国记者发各种邮件说，我们现在组织了一场去辅导的采访等等来，然后各种各样的，非常的热情，非常努力的推广。但是我感觉到好像日本当地的民众他们想要的并不是这个，他们想要的是你们真的是能来帮我们解决问题，比如说把这个核污水处理的这个对策彻底的这个得想出来。
They held very important positions and they have a big say in the local government. But I think the local people are still dissatisfied because what they want is a concrete plan to address the problem of wastewater, but not making beautiful speeches. I think in 2013, during their application to the Tokyo Olympic bid, they say that the situation is now already under control, but apparently after 10 years, it's still not. During your work in Tokyo, during your stay in Tokyo, do you feel that the local people have, the local people have any concern about it? Well, you could hear that news about the local protest against this anti-nuclear, complex, this anti-nuclear proposal, and this kind of protest not only took place in Tokyo, but all over the country. I think in Tokyo is mostly in the Prime Minister's premise, and also at the council.
排放核污水问题，实在在当时13年、14年左右，就他们的核污
水 This has been recently become a headline.
没有主观的排，但是他们这个水灌破了，或者漏到地下水了，附近的走出核辐射。
For the outsiders, but for the local people,
我也是记得一个印象深刻的
because of the leak
是在游行队伍里采访，那天下着大雨，
the containers, the local people have announced, have voiced their concern for many years.
我拿着咱们的台标，然后就过来拉我的衣袖说啊，你是中国媒体吗？我说我是，怎么了？他说
I remember when I was walking nearby a local a local person, a old lady, saw this label of CCTV and then come to me saying that we need to report this, we need to voice this because sometimes the local media would be hesitant to tell the truth.
那你当时有看到日本的媒体是具体怎么在报道？
So what do the media, how do the media report such incidents? The local media, I mean. They will make a routine announcement. I also attended a typical press conference along with some other local media, but I think they didn't ask a lot of key questions. So when the local people came to you and saw the label of CCTV, they would come hoping that you would make the world hear, and so that all the other countries can join to make a plan, a concrete plan to, address the problem properly. So have you talked to the typical executives? What is their attitude? I attended one of the conference, I remember, and I talked to one of the spokesperson, and they arranged a special interview with us, meaning for us to tell the people that they have it under control. That was actually a press conference concerning the leak of the containers, and they were saying that they already know that the containers were leaking from January 2013. But the press conference took place in June. And by that time, I still haven't heard any information concerning the statistics of such leaks. So that's why the local people probably were not quite buying the idea that TEPCO will be offering compensations. We'll now talk to another reporter, Li Qianwen from CMG, from Fukushima.
好的，主持人，我现在所在的位置是福岛县东部沿海的
Okay, I'm currently at Fukushima, and this is one of the most affected regions due to the tsunami of May 13th, 2011. This is a dam along the sea, along the coastal line. As you can see, this place is completely vacant, and the only building was a deserted school after the tsunami. According to the local news, the Japanese government and TEPCO will be beginning their discharge of wastewater by 1 p.m. Beijing time today. This is the coastal line, as you can see. That is a white building, and that is the Fukushima power station, and we are about 6 kilometers away from the nuclear power plant. And currently 1 ton of the wastewater has been diluted with seawater and is now stored in one of the tanks and will be discharged into the water. So after 12 today, this ocean that you see from the camera will never be the same. We were at the Prime Minister's premise when the decision was announced, and there were a lot of protesters. Besides tritium, there are many other radioactive elements. Even after being diluted, the total quantum of tritium will remain the same. Even though the decision has already been made, the local people say that they will continue the protests. And some local groups are planning to bring charges against the government as well as the company concerning their decision. According to the plan of TEPCO, the discharge of wastewater will begin from those that with the lower density of triton and then onto the more higher density. And this plan will last about 30 years. We're going to now come closer to the coastal line. In 2023, before March of next year, TEPCO will discharge 4 times the wastewater and will last for 17 days. The first charge will last for 17 days, and the first discharge involves 7,800 cubic meters of nuclear wastewater, and the total and will contain the total discharge of radioactive content will involve about 5 trillion becquerel of tritium water of
那
tritium.
大家可以看到，现在在我手中呢，是我们在各个抗议的场所从抗议民众手中拿
Here
到的一幅
is
手
one
幅，
of the
上面写
flyers
着日语的
from
意
the
思是绝不可以
protesters.
将核污染
It
水
said
排放入海，
reads
且
in
遵守承诺。
Japanese
而
that
这里说的承诺是什么
we
呢？
cannot
是日本政府
discharge
和东京电力公司
nuclear
曾经
wastewater
在
into the
2015年
ocean.
的时候对
Please
渔民
honor
做出承
your
诺，如果
promise.
没有获得他们的
Because in
同意之前，绝不会对核污
2015,
染水
TEPCO
做
and
出
the
任何的
Japanese
处置。
government
然
announced
而
that they
现
will
在核污染
not
水马上就要
discharge the
排放了，
wastewater
渔民仍
without
然
the
没有同
permit
意。日本政
of
府
the
这种出
fishing
尔
of
反尔
the
的做法，
fishery
不仅失
industry.
信于日本民
However,
众，也
the
会失
the
信于
people
国
has
际
not
社会。
give their
那其实我们再
consent,
看这片海滩，
but the discharge is
如果没
already
有核污
going
染
on.
水，说实话，我跟
Let's
我的
take a
同
look
事第一次来
at
到这
this
里的时
coastal
候，其实
line.
觉得
Without
风
the
景还挺美的。
wastewater,
那包括
I
这片
believe
沙
that
滩，
this will
我们
be
可以
a
看到啊，现
perfect
在沙滩
resort
上还
and it's
闪着一
very
些荧光，
beautiful
整体的细沙呢
beaches
也
and
是沙
you
质
know
非
look
常
at the
的好。
sand.
在原本啊，也是非常适合
These
大
are
家
very
过来娱
fine
乐休闲的
sands
一个海水浴场。
and it can
那包
become
括其
a
实有冲浪爱好者
recreational
也告诉我说，
location
因为福岛当
for
地
the
的这个
local
海
people.
浪整体是非常平稳的，所以其实也是
And
对于冲浪爱好者来说
also
是一个
the
非常不错的
will
冲浪的
be
选择。
a
然而
location
现在
for
冲浪爱好者
the
肯定是不能够再在这里冲浪了。那就在上个月啊，我们也在
for
海水
the
浴场
local
采访了一
people
些
would
当地
be
的
a
民众以及
perfect
冲浪爱
resort
好
for the
者，
local
他们表
people
示，
and
今后呢
also
是
for
肯
those
定
who
不会
love
考虑再带
surfing.
孩子过来了。那对于他们
And
来
we
说，
also
消
talked to
遣
some of
娱
the
乐减少的
surfers
同
and
时，
they are
那更是
saying
对
that they
于
will
自
never
己后
bring
代的一个
kids
危害。
here for some
那当时
recreational
呢，我也采
activities.
访了一
So
个冲浪
this
店的老
kind
板，
of
那他就告诉我说，
behavior,
其
this
实
kind
在
of
这个
action
311的核
would
事故2011 年
also
发生之
affect
后啊，
the
来这里的游客就已经大幅减少了。他
the
的冲浪店的
descendants, you
生意
know,
呢，其实
the
也是一度下滑的非常严重。
generations
为
and
了维
generations of
持生
people.
计，他一度不得不去做建筑工人。那随着
A lot
时
of
间
the
的流逝呢，现在
local
好不容易生意渐
employment
渐的
of
恢复了一
the
点。然而日本政
of
府
the
又决定
people
将
are
核污
also
染水排放
concerning
入海。 今
because
后
they now
还有
need
谁会
to
来福岛
change
冲浪？
their
谁会来
jobs.
福岛旅游呢？他表示非常的担忧。冲浪对他来说是人生的一大爱好，
Let
那么爱
alone
好这个
tourist
工作对他来
industry.
说是非常开心的一件事。然而现在他说，今后可能我只能去当建筑工人来维持生计了。 那不仅是冲浪爱好者以及旅游相
And there
关
are
受损，
also
就在现
surfers
在我身后啊，
that have already
这个堤坝的
changed
另一
their
侧就是当地
occupations
的一处
because
主
they
要
cannot
的渔港。
run a business here. This is one of
刚
the
才我们去到
fishing
渔港这里的
ports.
时候，也发现大约10几艘渔船上安安静静，我们找不到任何一个渔民，在附
And
近的
there
楼
are
里也没有
there
任
are
何一个
we
居
saw
民。
some
这座渔
boats,
港基
some
本上已经
fishing
是废弃的
boats
状态
at
了。
the port, but no
那实际上我们也走
fishermen
访了
on
日本
board.
多地的这
So
个
this
渔
is
港还有海
basically
产
a
品的商
deserted
家，
port.
他们都表示对于日本政府的这种
We
行为
talked
是
to
非
some
常的愤
local
怒。
fishing professionals, including the businessmen, as
那
well
其实就
as
在日本政府
some
宣
of
布这
the
个排海的决定之后，
the
当天日本
fishermen,
全国
and
渔
they
业协
were
会
very
联合会的会长坂
dissatisfied
本雅
about
信
this
就发布声
decision.
明称，强烈敦促日本政府切实履行当年
And
2015
the
年
head
做
of
出
the
的承
National
诺。
Federation
那
of
日本
Fishery
工程线
Cooperative
渔业协会的会
Association,
长当天也表示，说
Sakamoto
渔
also
民等
made
相关人员对于
announcement
排海呢并没有理解，并且在
made
当地啊
announcement
鲍
that
鱼和
they
扇
are
贝的
strongly
价格
against
已经出现了跌
such
落，这
decision,
部分损失东京电
and
力公司和
the
日本政府要如何
price
赔
of
偿？
some local
那
products,
实际上，近期我们
such
在
as
采访的过程
clams,
当中，也已经
are
了解到，
plummeting
宫城县鲍鱼的价格呢就已经下降了30%。
because of the news. And some of the aquatic products price are
日
dropping
本
by
全国
as
渔业
much
协
as
会
30%
联
since
合
the
会的
news.
会长曾经就表示过呢，渔民其实唯一的
So
愿
ahead
望
of
就
the
是安
fishing
心的能够从事渔业生
association
产，为了他们自己的生
also
计。
made it
然而
clear
现在
that
日本
the
政府无疑是把
fishermen
他们
want
每一
their
个个
livelihood
体的
back.
生活和生命
However,
置之于
the
不顾。
government
那稍
still
后
made
下
the
一个时段呢，
decision
我们还将
against their
去到堤
will
坝另一侧的渔
and
港进行探
regardless
访，
of their
了
livelihood.
解更多福岛当地渔民的心声。
Coming up, we will be going to the fishing
好的，非
port
常谢
for
谢
more
倩文，
report.
也请倩文和团队在前方报道的时候一定注意安全。
Thank you, and
张
please
健，我
be
不知道你
safe
看了刚才
during
倩
the
文的连
report.
线是什么感受哈？因为我其实从来没有去过
So,
福岛，
Mr.
但我刚才
Zhang,
看
what do
到
you feel about this report that we have just heard? We saw the beautiful coastal line with nobody on it. We saw this kind of flyers have been sent by the protesters. We heard about the effect of the local people and the concern of the local people. And such flyer seems to be insignificant, against this decision and this very long coastal line. Despite the opposition, this decision has already been made. We have heard some of the reactions from the multiple governments, and we can now read some of the announcements from the governments and countries and regions. The Chinese government announced that this is very selfish decision from the government, from the Japanese government. And despite the opposition from all walks of life, and the environmental authority also announced that this is a very selfish and irresponsible decision, and we urge the Japanese government to listen to the voices of the global communities and handle the wastewater properly. After the decision was made, it also brings concerns from the other international agencies such as the United Nations. They also have announced that they will deeply regret hearing this news, saying that they will cause major effects and serious ramifications to the local people as well as the people surrounding this area. But according to you, the local media does not voice their opposition very loudly. So why do you think that this happened? Why the drag concerning the processing of such wastewater? Well, I believe that the Democratic Party were in power when the accident happened, but they were inexperienced at the time and show some kind of inaptness. And this actually add to this kind of inaptness from the side of the then government. And they lose the election, the general election. And after the Liberal Democratic Party came to power, they too didn't directly address to the problem. Their concerns and efforts were elsewhere. So I believe that in the 5 years I was in Japan as a reporter, their economy and their political situations were quite chaotic. I also talked to some local authorities concerning the process of nuclear wastewater. It's not concerning the water, it's concerning this kind of the handling of the polluted soil. What they do is they just scrap the soil and put them into bags, saying that this will address the radioactive problem. But the experts and some of experts and local people were quite suspicious concerning the effect of such a random behavior. At Fukushima, there were a lot of detectors, but I see the number is not as high as expected. But after an interview one day, I went to one of a local restaurant, and the local people were talking to me, and I said that, were you uneased to see the number on the detector? He said, well, the local government will clean the soil surrounding the detector first. But if you make the detection elsewhere, the number would be much higher. So I don't know if this thing is true, but it can show that local people are in disbelief, and they do not trust the government for their method of handling the situation. I think the handling of waste nuclear power plant water is a highly technical and difficult work. So people are very concerned concerning the safety of this wastewater. And the spokesperson from Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that this kind of wastewater is not your traditional sense of wastewater from power plant. Let's talk to an expert. Thank you for joining us. Our question, I think, is one of major concern. How does the Fukushima wastewater different from the wastewater from your wastewater from nuclear power plant in a general sense? Well, first of all, because of this accident of Fukushima, the reactor practically melted. And also due to this earthquake and tsunami, a lot of seawater and local groundwater entered the reactor. A lot of radioactive elements were contained in the wastewater. I believe that this kind of radioactive nucleus are quite complex, and the wastewater contains a lot of impurities, so they cannot be properly handled. Even after the processing, the content of nuclides are also substantially higher than the nuclear wastewater in the traditional sense. So some of the nuclides will probably react with some of the elements in the ocean to produce more, harmful more toxic or harmful content. The local governments have made their effort to handle the wastewater concerning this containing nuclides. However, it is too complicated. It has too many contents. more than 70% of the wastewater are not up to processing standard. After this processing, however, the nucleates, if discharged into the ocean, still would react to the ocean, and there are still a lot of uncertainties after discharge. Were there any precedents of such an incident? Well, if the wastewater is small in quantity, I think can be probably handled. But in the case of Fukushima, the amount was immense, was about 1 million cubic meters. This is huge in number, but in terms of the processing result, it was not very satisfying. We are very much concerned about the health effect. So can you tell us more about this aspect? So first of all, I believe that the discharge should be opposed. And second of all, the wastewater discharge might not be up to standard. Even if it's up to standard, this density of nuclides is still very high. And let alone this kind of accumulated effect along the coastal line, and also the long time of discharges. After the wastewater entered the far ocean, and this kind of density will go lower. And I think the main effect will be about the ecological condition of the ocean. I remember that one of the fish that's been caught in Fujian contained thousands of units of becquerels. So this kind of effect is quite uncertain. A lot of the things are still unknown because the ecology in the ocean is quite a complex system. We do not know yet what will happen. But we took samples of the fishing products all the time. So you can say rest assured concerning the fishing products that we eat. I think we can be rest assured concerning Professor Liu's words about our quality check of the fishing products. So we don't need to worry too much about the aquatic product that we consume every day. However, coming back to the issue, the discharge of wastewater will still remain a major global concern in the next 30 years and more, because the result remains unclear and uncertain. So, Mr. Zhao, coming back to you, during your stay in Japan, do you think that local government, the local people were fully aware of such an incident? And I believe that the local people are very concerned.
得甲状腺癌的这个孩子的人数
And
一下子
I
上升了很
believe
多。
that
当时呢，我就联系到当地的一个基层
cancer
员工和当地的专家，他们是去做了这个收集的。他们觉得
mortality
这个数字
rate,
这么高是不对劲的，但是
morbidity
他们
rate
的
is also
研究最后还
increasing.
是有点受阻，因为这个数字只有日本东京电力公司和这个日本政府他们自己掌握，就关于具体的内部的辐射量啊什么，他们这个并没有完全的公开，所以。
But concerning the exact number of this kind of situation, I don't think that the local people are aware because the government and the media do not make very transparent announcements.
这本书我也带来了，我是跟那个联系到了那个作家吧，他是采访了当时福岛第一核电站的一个站长，叫吉田昌郎，就是这位老先生。当时福岛核事故发生之后呢，他是第一时间他就在这个核电站里面对这个事故进行一个处理。然后现在在你在这个日本的网站上还能搜到他跟日本这个政府这边还东京电力的指挥部的一个对话吧。 当时他那个声音是用非常愤怒的喊着说
when this kind of accident happened, and he was yelling to TEPCO, saying that what are you doing, and we need to do this, we need to do that, otherwise the station will explode and a lot of people will die, because the TEPCO was very slow in terms of reacting to this incident. The local people have done a lot, and they were making a lot of emergent, were making a lot of work according to the contingency plan, and they, in order to slow down this process of the expansion of pollutants.
就离开了这个福岛核电站，他就辞职了嘛，就是。 然后后来
说是这样一个在事发之后一线去处理危机，并且控诉东电公司和日本政府。
We heard that a lot of the local people, including the man that I tell you about,
虽然说我们也不知道这个食道癌是不是跟这个辐射有关系啊，
the job
但是日本政府说
and
是没有关
died
系。
because of
这个后面我们不知道，
cancer
就说实际上在
years after it. We do not know if the cancer has to do with the radioactivity of the power station. The local government said it has nothing to do with the leak, but we don't know. We know that a lot of the local associations are handling the crisis, and a lot of them are senior citizens.
要他们来去，其实也是因为政府的缺位。但是我觉得听了你今天整个的介绍，我有一个非常深刻的印象，就是好像在福岛一线很多当地的百姓
After hearing your introduction, we heard that we now know that a lot of people are still trying to make a living despite this condition. But we know that a lot of the people are, they are still experiencing a lot of difficulties. So how do the local people rebuild their life after these accidents?
其实相对比较幸运的一批，因为他们的房子并没有被海啸冲毁，但是很多人他房子都毁了，他都没了，他怎么办？ 然后我也是经过他们的介绍，
I think a lot of the local people, they try to address to the situation. They try to make a living, and some of them even lost their home due to this accident. The local people provide some makeshift house to them, but they were in very poor condition. They were very small. I came there every year. I go there every year. And I go there several times, and the housing condition for the local people has not changed. They were still living in makeshift houses after 2 years of the accidents. It's quite unbelievable, because it should be a temporary shelter, but it's not a permanent house, right?
其实当时我也是
That's
在有一年的报道中，当时也是把我的汽车导航设为了福岛核电站，直接朝着那个方向开过去。一路进去的时候，看到的这个光景还是非常的震撼的。
I actually drove all the way to Fukushima once. Along the way, you could see that a lot of the debris were not handled, they were not cleared. And the number on the detector is going up. Almost feel like, a disaster movie.
当地的工作人员在那设了一个卡，把你拦住了，就一路上这样看下来，能看到福岛这个原来这样子一个正常的一个地方，现在尤其是那一块儿。So
Fukushima used to be a very beautiful place, but now it has been deserted. And I think you cannot understand how the local people feel about such a situation. And you are prevented from going in if you enter the surrounding area. I heard a story about an old man saving the local animals. Can you tell us more? Right, that is one of my report actually. I can show you.
当初福岛这个核事故发生之后，很多人都逃了。
After the incidents, a lot of people actually fled. A lot of the animals were left behind. Deers, hawks, and this old man they think that these animals are unattended and think that they're poor.
各家媒体实际上都那段时间都报过他不少，然后我当时也是找到了他，进去找到他住的地方，他身上的这个辐射含量实际上已经严重超过了。
Kind of famous. So I conducted an interview with him, and actually his radioactive level is already off the chart. He stayed in one of the small houses.
attending
to all of the animals. So it was quite, a thing that has been staying with me for many years.
为什么说要坚定的把这个核污水排放入海呢？我们也有一个资料片，我们一起看一下。
We will now show you a video clip concerning the discharge of wastewater.
福岛第一核电站附近，一栋废弃的小木屋，钟表还默然停留在12年前的那个。
This is a deserted house, and its clock stays at the time of the accident. A major earthquake took place in Fukushima, and the epicenter is only 60 kilometers away from the reactor, and the reactor shut off automatically. After 46 minutes, the earthquake triggered a major tsunami, and the wave has covered and has immersed the Fukushima power station. The reactor began to melt. On March the 12th, a hydrogen explosion took place in the first, second, and third nuclear power station. And then the wastewater has been injecting wastewater into the power station, and thus such contaminated water were stored inside the station since then. And the wastewater is increasing over the years. Now it has already amounted to 130 tons. How to handle these wastewater? And the answer given by TEPCO. They decide to discharge the wastewater into the public sea, containing a high level of radioactive content. It has raised and bring opposition from a lot of local people as well as people around the world.
2011年核事故发生时，他正是日本经济产业大臣，参与并指挥了福岛第一核电站。
This is one of the senator of Japan, and he has been involved in the handling of the wastewater for many years. There are a lot of concerns over the decision because this is from a very big nuclear accidents. Since 2016, the local government began to work on a plan to handle the wastewater. According to the report, and last year, that is February 2020, it is up to standard. Our request for an interview has not been replied by TEPCO and the local government, and we found their explanations on their local website. So we work out 5 plans, listen to the opinions of all walks of life, and after 6 years of discussion, we took all of the factors into consideration. We believe that discharge is appropriate. After the accident, in order to handle this increasing amount of nuclear water, the government organized special committees to work on the technologies and cost as well as the social effect of such discharge. In order to cool down the reactor, the seawater will be bringing in constantly. So this is a member of the ALPS. So what is an ALPS? Well, this is a committee including the Prime Minister. They handle the technical issues concerning the processing of contaminated water, but also the money, the cost, and time for such discharge. What will happen if it is buried underground? After 2.5 of discussion, the local tech committee has worked out 5 plans. The first plan is to inject the water into soil. The second is discharge into the ocean. The third plan is steam discharge. The fourth is release discharged after the electrolysis. And the fifth plan is solidification and burial. I think, and according to the plan, the ocean discharge is the least costly plan. So can you tell us more about the process of such a decision? And we worry about soil pollution if buried under the sea. And if discharged into the atmosphere, it would be hard for us to explain to the local people. So the reason you made the decision for ocean discharge is cost. We did some cost analysis and calculations. Yes, so this is a chart for the different ways and methods of handling the discharge. And there are precedents concerning the discharge into the ocean, and it only cost about 3.4 billion yen. So this is the plan with the lowest cost.
被业界称为核电成本研究第一人，他也是日本原子力市民委员会的主席。他和委员会的专家们一直关注着这场引人注目的讨论。
So a lot of experts are quite concerned.
最も安いものが今東京電力が取ろうとしている海洋放出。
This is Mr. Oshima. He's an expert in terms of nuclear technologies. He's saying that according to the rough estimation, the result is very simple. The cost for ocean discharge is the lowest. We also listen to the advice of the other researchers and agencies. It should be a process like this. But regrettably, the government agencies do not have such an agency of solicitation. So the function of the committee is not to give opinion against the decision that is already made by the government. I think we mainly work on the techniques concerning the discharge.
作为原子力市民委员会的专家委员，川井康郎旁听了技术委员会讨论的整个过程。
So Mr. Kawai, as one of the committees, the members of the committees of the atomic power, he sit in for the whole discussion. I talked to the experts. We talked to all the experts about the plans. You sit in the meetings of the tech committees for many times. What do you feel? Well, this is just a formality. There are people that oppose such a proposal, but most of the members agree. And they issued a report in the name of the committee. After release of such report, the ALPS would begin their evaluation concerning social effect.
決定権はないんですよ、ALPS小委員会っていうのは。あくまでも
So do you have any power in terms of swaying the decision from the government?
それぞれの社会的影響が
The ALPS is only in charge in evaluating the social impact
海に流すと
of the 5 solutions, 5 plans.
要するに他の国とかがね、どのぐらい
How much would it affect the ecological condition? How would that affect the surrounding countries? How would it affect fishing, agriculture, and so on? So why did the government make the decision to discharge it into the ocean? There were many rounds of discussions. There were presidents in other Asian countries and in Japan, but this time this is a nuclear accident we talk about. And finally, they choose the one with the lowest cost. How do you think of it? We believe that the effect of ocean discharge will be huge. It will affect the fishing industry not only in Fukushima. It might affect the fishing industry of Japan. It might also affect other countries' fishing industry, such as China, because this is public ocean. And the decision was made and the time was determined before any consultation with the surrounding countries such as China and ROK. This might trigger international concern and debate.
The situation at Fukushima is unique in the sense that this is water that's come into contact with melted nuclear fuel. This is the nuclear fuel inside the reactors. That isn't a normal nuclear operation.
How that waste is ultimately disposed of or contained will have some environmental impact. And the goal really should be to minimize that environmental impact. From my perspective, I don't think a complete assessment of other ways of dealing with the waste has been carried out.
即便是在日本国内，对于核污染水的排海决定，也有不少反对的声音。
There are a lot of oppositions in Japan. They did not make enough analysis concerning the effect in the fishing industry and this ongoing effect in 30 years of discharging process. And as the polluted water expand, it might also affect the surrounding countries. We do not yet know the final ramifications of such discharge. What if something major happens? The ocean is big, however, the density of the radioactive content is very high.
联合国海洋法公约1994年生效。
The ocean law of the UN took place in 1916, and Japan is one of the parties to the convention. According to this convention, all parties have their responsibility to protect their ocean. So as a party to the convention, according to the convention, the parties should not shift the pollution into another form or shift this hazard, transport this hazard to other places. So this is Mr. Takushi, who's in charge of some of the handling of the wastewater. He's saying that despite the opposition, the final decision will remain unchanged, and we are making judgment according to the technology and the scientific analysis. Our decision will not change because of the opposition from the people. We believe that the ocean discharge is a pragmatic method. In 2021, the then Prime Minister Yukishide Suda announced the decision to discharge wastewater into the ocean. This is a decision that is being executed despite the opposition. This is not unlike,
from my perspective, that we see that there are impacts
unlike what we are told
that could have
at the
potentially been
committee.
avoided with a different approach or different planning.
杰伊·卡伦是加拿大海洋科学专家。从2014年开始，
Jay Cullen is an expert concerning
对
oceanology.
福岛核事故造成的海洋
And
污
he
染
has
进
been
行
studying
跟踪
the
研究。
ocean pollution
At
of
best, I think what will
Fukushima
happen
and the
is
surrounding
that
ocean.
Even with a well-thought-out monitoring plan, there's the potential to damage the reputation of Japanese fisheries, for example. Any action where more wastewater is being or contamination from the disaster is introduced into the coastal ocean and offshore waters off Japan, that has the potential to erode confidence in the fisheries. It's been a long way back for them, working quite hard to maintain their livelihoods, their way of living, and to reestablish confidence in their seafood products. And I think we really have to think about the Japanese people who are still, that coast is still recovering from the tsunami and the nuclear meltdowns.
受海啸和核污染冲击最严重的福岛县有超过160公里。
Fukushima Prefecture is the most affected region due to the disaster. There are thousands of people that live in this area, and their livelihood depends on fishing industry. However, this decision is a heavy blow to the local people. Despite the composition, their livelihood will still be affected. They seldom receive a television interview. This is one of the fishermen at the local place, saying that we are fishermen, the ocean is where we work. He is 71 years old. He has been working in this business for 56 years, and the earthquake has completely changed his life. And this decision of ocean discharge also make him exhausted physically and mentally. This boat is all I have. I risked my life saving the boat, and now to no ends. I would hope that things would change after 12 years, but now they've decided to discharge water. I would never make a sale of my fishing gains. I don't know what the government is doing. They should protect us. We're the victims. We've been endured for 10 years, but now we are starting over. We're starting from scratch. This used to be a busy and prosperous fishing port. And 2 years ago, this fishing industry reopened, but the decision has once again put their life into demise. This is toxic water. This is tritium we're talking about. You cannot discharge that into the water, into the ocean. All my sons working in this business, if they discharge the water, not long for 30 years, no young people would choose to do this anymore. There will be no hope for them. The politicians, people from TAPCO, they will not be here. But this is all we have. The ocean is our home. We cannot leave.
被害者が一方的に被害を受け、加害をした人たちは何の
The victims bear all the cost.
構造を持っています。漁民の方々が求めているのは
But the ones that exert such sufferings would not pay any cost. We must consider the voice of the victims. TAPCO and the government has made a pledge to the local people in 2015. In a letter answering the response to the association, saying that before gaining the understanding of the fishing industry, they will not process the wastewater. We will try our best to gain an understanding of the local people and the people from the concerning industries. TAPCO and the economic department has made a pledge to the fishing industry that they will not discharge water without a permit, without the consent.
从事核能安全相关研究已有30多年。
経済産業大臣西村大臣と
The head of the Department for Economic Industry talked to the representatives of the Fishing Association. They do not reach a consent. The fishermen strongly opposed such a decision. Our opinion remain unchanged. However, without the consent, TEPCO still decide to push the process forward. This is bizarre.
由于这些年很少出海打鱼，小野养成了登山的习惯。
The fishermen did not go fishing in the recent years. He enjoyed the view on the mountain top, saying that he will stay here as a guardian to the sea and to the mountains. You cannot discharge the water into the ocean. You need to listen to us. We're the one living here. I think the government obeyed their promise, saying that they will not discharge without the consent of the local people. The participating party asked that question to the Prime Minister. However, Prime Minister Kishida answered that we'll still do this. I think this decision will also affect the children. The children will not believe the governmental decisions because they didn't live up to their promise. Japan is a legally ruled country. It should be. I don't know if the pledge was legally binding, but I think TEPCO need to answer its commitment, need to respond to the local people. What they're doing now is self-contradictory. The ocean belongs to all people. It cannot be polluted. You don't need to discharge it into the water. There are other ways to handle it.
各位好，欢迎回来，这里是总台之机，日本24日启动福岛核污染水排海央视新闻特别直播节目的现场，我是音乐，在现场呢还有我的同事，曾经的总台驻日本记者张健。那么在刚才的这个片子当中，我们也看到
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're live streaming concerning the discharge of wastewater of the Fukushima nuclear power plant. According to our reporter and also the documentary, there are 5 plans to discharge the wastewater. So ocean discharge is not the only way, but it is the cheapest way. It is substantially lower than the other methods. So the increase in terms of cost is one of the major reasons for such a decision and choice. But this decision has triggered concern of all walks of life in Japan. So the water will be discharged this afternoon. How does the local people feel? I saw a report just now. The head of the Fishery Cooperative Association saying that we are against it. This is the headline. I conducted an interview with him years ago.
没想到，估计这2年他肯定是这些年吧，他为这个事情肯定是操碎了心。
And I think he has grown much thinner and looks exhausted.
也不能说很好吧，但是感觉
I
状态比现
believe
在好
that
不少。然后
he
我也是看
has,
到他们
exhausted
也是
his
准备
powers
在
well
今天
in
这
the
个排
past
海
few
事件发生之
years
后，继
because of
续
this
在当地的
incident.
法院对日本政府、对东京电力公司发起一个诉讼。看得出
I
来他们对
believe
这个
that
处理
they
做
are
法是非
trying
常
to
不满
bring
意的。他们一
charges
直在
against
抗争，但
TEPCO
是
and
也
the
是有一种
government.
无力感吧。
They
包
are
括咱们刚才
fighting
片子里提到
position,
的很多的反对
but
都
to
没
no
有用。
avail.
包括其实在这2天，日本国内反对的声音，包括各方面的一些关注度也是到了一个比较高的程度了。我还是
There were a lot
看
of
到，包
oppositions
括这2天在日本
recently,
首相官邸之前的一些抗议。
a lot of protest
好的，包括然
around
后我
the
们看
Prime
到这
Minister's
个
premise.
日本媒体，我也是看到东京新闻在这2天的一个报道，他也是对于日本政府的做法提出了很高的一个质疑，
The
甚至说
Tokyo
前2天
News
在东京电力的一个记者发布会上，
also questioned
他
the
们的社长
decision
并没有出现，
in a local
就是在
report.
发生这么大的事情，并没有直接出来面对记者，面对这些渔民。 可见他们的态度还是总体是处在一个相对逃避、不能让人满意的一个状态。
也可以看出啊，随着
And
日本
the head of
宣布了和污
TEPCO
染
did
水
not
入
show
海
up
时间
for
的
the
进
press
程，在日本当地的这
conference
个舆论
a
的
few
也在不断
days
的升温。
ago.
那
So
接下来呢，我们将要继续来连线在日本福岛
now
的
we are
前
going
记
to
者
talk
李倩文
to another
给我们带来一
reporter
下，随着这个马上要临近开
李
始
倩文
排海
again.
的这个时间点，日本前方当地的情况。倩文，你好。
So that she could tell us more about the local
好
situation.
的，主持人，我现在所在的位置是福岛县东部沿海的浪
Hello,
江
I'm
町。
right
那
now
其实这里和大熊町双叶町一并呢，是受到311
at
核事故影
Fukushima,
响
and
最
this
大
is
的地区之一。
also one of
我
the
现在
most
所在的位置
affected
呢，是当地的
region
叫
due
做
to
晴
the
户海岸的一
March
个地方，在我
11th
身后呢是
earthquake
当
and
地的一处
tsunami.
主要渔港，叫做晴户渔
This
港。
is
我
one
们
of
可以
the
看到，现
fishing
在这里停
ports.
着大约10几20艘渔
There are
船，
about
但是我们却并
a
看不
dozen
见
of
渔
fishing
民的身
boats,
影。
but there are no
那其实
fishermen
日
on
本呢
board.
尤其是福岛县当地是预计从9月1日开始解禁拖网捕鱼，也就是说，往年的这个时候，
From
马上临近9月
September
1号了，其实渔民应该做着捕鱼前
the
的一个最后的准
fishermen
备工作，准备开启
the
一年
fishing
当中
industry
最繁
will
忙的时候了。然
reopen
而，我们可
because
以
it
看
will
到
be
现
the
在这个
fishing
整个渔港的
season.
感觉呢，是
And
安安静
right
静，
now,
除
a
了和
week
我们一样的几家媒
before
体之
the
外，
date,
完全看不见任何当地人的身影了。
we don't
而我们
see
顺着镜
any
头再
local
往这边
people
看，
doing
我们看到
some
现在的这个堤
preparation
坝，就当年
before
也
the
是受到过
fishing
海啸
season.
的侵袭之后
This
重
is a
新修建
dam
的。我们
that's
顺着镜头
rebuilt
再往
after
右
the
看，
tsunami.
现在在陆地尽头连接大海的位置，有白色的建筑物，就是福岛第一核
That
电站。
white
那么
building
我们现在
construction
距
over
离
there
福岛
is
第一
the
核
power
电站的
station.
位置呢，大约是6.5公里。
We are about
那再过大
6.5
约1个
kilometers
小时，
away
根
from the
据日本媒
station.
体的最新报道，
In
在
about an
当地
hour
时间的13点，也就是北京时间的
at
12点，核污染
1
水
p.m.
就将
local
从这
time
里
or
排放入
12
海。
o'clock Beijing time,
在
the
此之后，
wastewater will
这
be
里的生活
discharged
又会
from
发生
here.
再一次巨大的
Life
变
will
化。
never be the same here.
311呢，已经成为了当地民众
The
心头
earthquake
无法
and
磨灭的一
tsunami
个数字，而今后
is
8月24日排海日也会成为他
a
们难
scar
以忘记
that's
的一天。
remain in the people's
那大
heart,
家可以看
and
到，现在
today,
我手上的这个东西呢，
August 24th, will
是辐
become
射仪
another
位。
date,
我
important
们摄
date
像老师可以给
for
近
the
一点，
local
可以看
people.
到上
This
面呢，
is the
现在
detector. Can you see
会
the
根
number?
据这个辐射量的变化，时而显现出我们现在所在当地的这个辐射情
It
况。
can detect the level of
我们现在
radioactivity.
可以看到上面写着
It's
0.12，
at
大约0.12、0.13，现在还在上涨。
1312.
微西弗每小时，这个是我们现在所处位置的辐射量。这个我们是从东京
This
把
is the
它带出来的。
situation.
我们离开东京的时候，在东京
When
呢
we left
这个
Tokyo,
辐射仪上显示的数字是0.01。
it's
那
at
刚刚我们可以看到，现在是大约
0.01.
0.12、
This
0.15。
is
那刚才我
right
们站在
now
这里观测到最高的时候大概
0.12
在 0.2
or
左右。
1, and the
所
high
以
it can
东
be
京
as
来说
high
已经
as
是高出了非常多。
0.2.
不过大家可以放
as
心，
we
这个也
observe.
还是相对安全的一个位置。我们短期在
But
这里
you
直
can
播
stay
是
rest
安全的。
assured we are
在我们
safe
沿
here
途经
in
过
a
的地
short
方啊，
period
这
of
个辐
time
射仪
at
显
this
示
level.
最大的值呢是在2左右，而那些地区呢
And
正
it
是
can be
从
a
福
high
岛
as
当地
high
的
as
无人
2.
区，在日语里呢
And that would be, this no man's land, because it will be irrecoverable, because it's a high level of density of radioactivity will be irrecoverable. About 30,000 people are seeking shelters all over the country because their home has been destroyed.
这是他一生当中唯一的技能，也是老天赏给他吃饭的一个技能。然而311海啸来袭的时候，他的整个家都被冲走了。
A local person told us that the boat was all he has left because his home was destroyed in the disaster. He still go out for fishing. However, the gain was very meek. After discharge, how will he make a living? This will be a severe livelihood for him and for all of the local people. The Fishing Association has been voiced their opposition, saying that the government has not honored their promise. Because the government and TAPCO has voiced their concern, has made pledges to the people, saying that they will not discharge the water without the consent of the local people. However, they have disobeyed their promise. How would the local fishing industry survive? Will the Japanese fisher product still be edible? It remained unanswered.
不仅如此，日本的海产品在日本国内其实也已经出现了价格的下跌。那根据我们的了解在临近福岛的宫城县，现在鲍鱼的价格已经下降了近30%。那包括海鞘也是已经被禁止进口了。所以对渔民来说，无论是从捕捞量还是价格来说，都是一个巨大的打击。那我也曾经采访过福岛渔业协会的一位负责人，他告诉我说，现在整个福岛县内水产品的这个捕捞量呢，只有核事故前的2%左右。
And also, we heard from the local fishing association saying that the fishing products, the gains is reduced by 80% since the accident. But we fear that the remaining 20% will also will not be safe, will continue to diminish under the situation. There are a lot of protests in local authorities and the government in the Prime Minister's premise. So despite this kind of protest, despite the dilution, the radioactive quantity will remain unchanged. So how would the government be responsible for such a risk?
那其实不仅是渔港，正如我们现在看到的画面一样，福岛当地除了渔港之外，在街道上我们也几乎是除了媒体根本
The fishing boat is basically deserted, and you could hardly see pedestrians along our way coming here. There are deserted schools, deserted shopping malls, deserted houses. The earthquake and the tsunami is a major blow to local people's life. But a second round of blow is on the way. We will take you to one of the deserted schools and some other deserted places.
好的，非常谢谢倩文。我们也看到倩文的
Thank
现
you
场
very
这个报道
much.
信息非常的充分哈，特别是他拿着这个辐射仪的这个测试。我其实刚才还刷到有同事的朋
Thank
友
you very
圈
much
说还记
for
得
your
你当年
report.
在日本拿着辐射仪去测的这个
And
但我觉得你看像到了今天啊，倩文她站在这个地方
especially when we
辐射是
see
0.12
our
左右
reporter
他说，在东
holding
京
the
的时候其
detector
实
at
是
hand,
0.01。就
then
这
the
个
number
已
has
经
gone up,
12年的时
has
间
gone
过
up
来，它依然是这
from
么高的一个水平。那么倩文也提
0.01
到，到
to
现在在日本当地福岛当地还有很
0.12 or
多这种无人区，大概
0.2. That is
3
a
万
very
人
high
还处在避
level.
难的过程当中。那
We
像福岛本
also
身的这个
heard
核污
from
染已经严
Mr.
重到
Ms.
了这样
Ye
的
that
地步，
there
导
are
致有
30,000
3万的
people
日本国
that
民
are
在
homeless.
12年之后还要在国内去
Even
流浪
after
避难。
12
那像这样一种
years,
核污
they
染入
still
海，随
do
着洋
not
流
have
把这
home.
种污染物带开，虽然说有起到一定的稀释作用，但是确实也是扩大了这样的一种不
The
良的影响。
ocean
那我觉得刚
torrent
才倩文提到的还有一点
will
很有意思，我也想听听你的
dilute
见解，就是他提
the
到很多这
pollutant
个
for
渔民在
sure.
当地他们其实
However,
也没有别的
the
生
scope
存
for
技
the
能。
pollution
那
will be
本来他们赖以
expanded.
生存的这片海域这片水域受
The
到了严重的
fishermen
污染。
has
刚才有
nothing
提
else
到说
left
当地的这
beside
个
their
渔业是受到
boats,
如何的影响，但我不知道你听
and
了倩文
their
的演讲之后有没
livelihood
有
is
什么新的这
suffering
种回
from
忆？
a major
像我感受
blow.
到当初这个核事故刚发生的时候，周边一带是完全都被
I
封
believe
锁的，
that
就谁
after
都不让
this
进。然后经过
accident,
一段时间的处理，后来
the
日本政府
place
实际
was
上是
under
把周边
lockdown.
一带相对的开放了，也
But
就是切
after
断他
some
们进去才能看到
processing,
那些无
they
人
have
区啊，那
opened
些
up
房
the
子
space.
一部分是
You
并没有
can
遭到很
come
严重的
actually
损
come
毁的，
into the no man's
是能过
land.
去看的。但
A
是
lot
很
of the
多人
houses are
我
not
在采
severely
访中发
damaged. You
现，
can
这
go
些
in
福岛
and
人
go
他们自己
near.
不愿意回去了，
But
就是
the
说他们
local
是明明
Fukushima
家就在那
people
儿，
are hesitant to
政
go
府也
back.
允许你过
They do
去，
not want to go
但
home.
他就是也只能白
They
天
are
进去
allowed
看一
to,
看，打扫打扫，晚
but
上不
they're
敢住
not
在那
willing
里，
to.
就感觉那个房子就废弃在那里，自己晚上就去其他地方住。
So
甚
the
至说
house
时
is
间久了，他
basically
们就会
deserted.
搬到更远地方去，因为福岛那边很
They
多
will
人
move
他们实际上都是
further.
农民，就包括是这些渔民，
A
他
lot
们
of
也
the
并
local
没有说
people
别
are
的有什么
farmers
谋
or
生的手
fishermen.
段，也没有
They
说
do
他们
not
有
have
外地
other
的亲戚
source
可以
of
投靠，
income.
所以他们的去向实际上是非常
And
尴
they
尬的，
probably,
就在那里一
many
直
of
待
them do
着，
not have
回去不安全，出去又
relatives
没有门路，
in
这
other
是一种非
places.
常尴尬的这种情况。
那他们听起来
So
好像
this
是夹
is
在
a
这个生活的
very
夹缝里
awkward
面，但是并没有
situation
跳
for
出。
them.
对，然后我当时是跟着一位当地的老爷爷，他带我回他家看了，我进去看了，他家实际上也是保存的挺完好的，就是很久没人住了，进去他把
I
门打开，他
think
门都不锁，所有的就是进去
I
到处
visited
看看，说
one
这
of
是
the
我当初的
local
是什么什么的，
people's
你会感觉到他身上那
houses,
股难受和悲凉。
我觉得对于一个
and
老人
the
来说哈，就
host,
是对于故土的依恋，特别是对于
you
可能
know,
自己
the
一辈子的
family
生活
owner,
都
the
建立
house
在这个
owner
地方，
was
他突然
very
间他还
upset
在
about
眼
the
前，
situation
但是
because
你
it
又
has
无
been
法
his
完全
home
靠
for
近他，确实
many
是让人
years,
心
but
酸的一种
now
感受。
you cannot
其实我刚才
come
听到
back.
倩文说到
You
渔民
are
这个话
even
题的时候，
hesitant to
我也
go
有特
near.
别深的感受。我记得之前是在美国驻外的时候，有一次我们去一个小渔民岛
When I
上
was
去做
working
报
as a
道，当时
reporter
是
in the
关注
US,
气
I
候变
also
化对
went to
小
one
岛
of
的
the
这个土壤的
islands,
侵蚀。那个时候也是一个
and
小岛，
we
它
were
随着水
working
侵蚀，它的面
on
积是
a
在不断的
report
缩小
concerning
的。
climate
但是那个
change
小岛上
because
很多
one
的
of
这
the
些渔民，可
islands'
能现在已经
land
90
space
多
were
岁的年
shrinking.
纪，他们也无法离
Many of
开
the
这个小岛，
fishermen
离
on
开
the
了之后
island
也
were
没有
over
地方
90s
可
and
以
they
去。
cannot leave
然
this
后当时我
place
记得
and
我
they
在
have
采访
nowhere
他
to
的时
go.
候，他老爷爷上来问我说：“小伙子，你结婚了吗？”
So
可
one
能
of
在
the
他
old
的认知当
men
中，一个人大概30多岁的
saying,
年龄就
asked
应该已
me,
经成家了，这个
are
也
you
是他一
married?
辈子在岛上生活下来所形成的一种认知。那我当时就觉得，在这样的一个人情
And I
关系如
think
此之近的小岛，会因为气候变化
that
这
is
样
a
的一
very,
个其
you
实相
know,
对来说
the
已经
question that
算是
could
比
be
较
only
缓慢的
asked
过
by
程
some
而流离失
very
所。但是我们在
old-fashioned
福岛的这些渔民
person.
所
And
看到的，
probably
却
he
是
has
因为
been
一
on the
些
island for
可能是人为处理不当的
all
一
his
些灾难的
life.
后续，导致他们
He know
无
nowhere
法再
else.
回到自己的故土啊。我觉得这样
But
的一种羁绊，
this
其实你
kind
很
of
难把它松开。但
irreversible
是难道你如果真的
consequence
让这些渔民牺牲自己的健康，然后
have make their life miserable. This is a dilemma for the local people. They could still fish, but it will be much harder for them to make a sale. It may be their family business for many generations. In the past, it was only the local people that has this concern, but after discharge, many other fishing professionals or workers, so fishermen in other places will share the same concern. We have collected some of the announcements of the other countries. For example, ROK is planning to bring charges through the International Maritime Court.
那刚才我们听到张健说到，现在在很多在日本国内舆情也在升温，很多人也在去质疑核污水排海这件事情可能。
In Japan, there are also some local protests. We also read some tweets on local media, on social media. There are some European netizens saying that it is one thing to discharge wastewater from nuclear power plant, but another thing to discharge the wastewater from a major, a level 7 nuclear accident. There are also oppositions from the side of the US because the wastewater may also go to the US shore with the torrent. Many of the risks are invisible. They are hidden. They are unpredictable. We also saw many comments from our viewers saying that we need to protect the ocean. Some share their concern over seafood. So such decision caused a lot of concern, not only for the local people, but also for the world. Such concern has now expanded from the local people to the world. So, the reason for the local government to address such a problem in such a haste is because the Japanese government still needs to sell their nuclear power technologies to other countries. They do not want to affect this. So I think it's the government's priority is to handle this kind of is to clear the name of the Japanese nuclear products, nuclear power technologies. Ms. Ye also mentioned in her report that the oceanology will never be the same around this place because you cannot retrieve the discharged water. And today will be a disaster day, and the Japanese government should be responsible for it. A lot of countries and regions have voiced their concern, and currently is 15 past 11. According to the latest news, the discharge of wastewater will begin at 1 p.m. local time. The accident took place 12 years ago on May the 13th, 2011. It was a magnitude of 9.0 degrees, causing tsunami and major damage to the Fukushima power station. And radioactive seawater is increasing over the years, and it remained an unsolved issue for the last 12 years. The government then decided to discharge the wastewater into the ocean, causing global concerns and oppositions. So coming back to you, Mr. Zhang.
一个日本社会长期在经历的一件事情的话，我觉得你也可以从中观察到日本社会，特别是民众本身对于这件事情态度上的一种改变。
How do you think that the local government's, local people's attitude shift
大地震刚刚发生1年多，到了你离开
before and after the earthquake?
对于政府处理核污水这件事情的态度。
In the 5 years of your stay, how does the attitude change? The public were very anxious and then disappointed, and now I think outrageous about the final decision, because it seems that their protest and voice are ignored. I think this kind of discontent has erupted over the past few days. So they are saying, this is what you get, this is what we get after 12 years. They are planning to bring charges on a class action. And the government gave some initial responses saying that they will set up a special funding, and they'll give them compositions. However, this is I think nothing compared to the losses of the local people. I think the real problem has not been addressed. It is not that they cannot sell their product. It becomes difficult for them to sell after the accident and discharge. So people are not. I think the focus here is no longer the pollution itself, but the attitude and solution provided by the government.
早上的各地的报道应该出来了，我发现在今天上午日本各地的这个抗议活动
I saw from local news that the protests are still going on and increasing.
香川县高松市的一个报道，今天 在他们的这个车站之前吧，
For example, in one of the prefectures, there are about 30 people from one association voicing their support for the local fishermen.
这个核污水排到海里面会有多少影响，我就感觉非常非常的害怕。虽然说我
saying that they are fearful for the results.
之前并没有意识到这个的严重性。 但是现在它这个一排海，我感到非常的害怕。我不知道它对环境污染对我们的健康会有什么影响。
Many people believe that this is a faraway issue, but after the discharge, they finally realized that this is a very immense problem to them.
周边的那一圈县，但实际上今天我看到，在离得更远的，说北海道啊、冲绳啊这些地方，他们都有各地都有抗议。
There are protests not only in Fukushima and Tokyo, but all over the country.
如果把整个福岛核污水处理这个事情想象成是日本社会所经历的一个时间段的话，那我们可以看到的是民众的情绪的变化。其实
I believe that the attitude of the local people are also changing with the process of handling this issue. If this issue could be properly addressed in the past 12 years, probably will not come this far. However, the people are very dissatisfied with the solution, so this kind of discontent is brewing.
我觉得刚才可能我们在前半部分的直播当中一直会提到说当地的渔民的生活啊、生计啊等等，但是我们现在能看到的是这样的一种担忧。
So this kind of decision and this kind of concern has expanded from the Fukushima fishermen to a normal pedestrians, from random people in other places. Environmental disasters are like this. If not properly addressed, the ramification would be huge, and no one is immune from the effects.
这种气候变化的报道啊，或者在日本福岛的这样的一种核污染的报道的这个事件。
It is the same with climate change issues as well as this kind of nuclear power accidents.
像这样环境问题得不到很好的处理的话，到最后它其实
This has given us inspiration that we need to address environmental issues properly, otherwise the result will be irreversible.
像当地的农民，包括他是种这些。
Many of the local people grew rice or apples. I conducted an interview with them, and they're not fishermen, but their livelihood is still affected because the radioactivity of the local farm products are over the top. They are not up to standard, but some of them have already been consumed. So the sales of other agricultural products are also severely affected. I conducted an interview with them. They were then, at that time, hopeful about the solution. And they tried to give me a bag of rice as a gift, but I was a bit concerned, to be honest, as someone who knows, this issue in a thorough manner. They still have this kind of concern. I think this is only natural for people like you and for the local people, because it is not properly addressed. As we mentioned, ocean discharge is not the only solution. There are other 4 solutions, including ground burial and steaming and this kind of gasification, and also other technologies that can be adopted, but the Japanese government chose the cheapest way. So how do we compare the 5 methods? Let's see a documentary.
从目前的事态发展来看，当初的排海决定既会影响日本的渔业发展和灾区复兴，也在损害日本政府和东京电力公司的国际声誉。那么除了排海，还有没有其他？
So the improper handling of the wastewater has brought major concerns. So were there other more proper solutions to this? This is the initial estimation of the budget. It is about 3.4 billion, but now it has reached 43 billion. In the first, they are talking about this situation may last about 88 months, but now it's 30 years. If that's the case, we need to reconsider if it's still the best way. But they refuse to change the plan, saying that their initial judgment was correct. First of all, we need to stop increasing the amount of polluted water. So in this way, we not need to discharge it, right? As an expert concerning nuclear power plant, he entered the power station multiple times. From the current statistics, the pollutant water is still increasing, and the groundwater content has not been carefully studied. But we believe that the groundwater and rainwater together accounts for 80%. Seawater has been injected into the water, into the polluted water body. Despite some of the issues have been taken by TAPCO, the wastewater is still increasing by hundreds of tons on a daily basis. The reason for the wastewater to be increased is the stop of the cooling process, which may cause the rise of radioactive content. The current situation is that because of this groundwater's immersion, the amount of wastewater is constantly increasing. I believe that we need to stop the increasing of the water first, so that they can be stored safely on ground instead of discharging into the ocean. I suggest a larger scale and deeper watershed to hold the water. I suggest to expand the scope for the zone to hold the water, and also cut the groundwater source in order to stop the water from increasing. Of course, there will be rainwater, so we need to collect the rainwater that enter the region. We believe that those are tangible plans to stop the water from increasing.
これはもともと批判がありました。耐用年数が5、6年かそれぐらいなんですね。永久的なものではないわけです。で、周りをきちんとその構造壁といってコンクリート。
I don't think it would be that much difficult for us to build a concrete wall surrounding this area. The construction companies are completely capable of doing that. However, TAPCO refused to take such issues. Another possible solution is to continue to store the wastewater and waiting for more technologies to handle the radioactive content. They're saying that the tanks they're all full, but actually there are a lot of tanks that are not full. For example, there are oil tanks with more than 100,000 cubic meters of volume that can be used for restoring of wastewater. You could just make a dozen of such tanks to put all the wastewater in it. You could store it in them while making them, so that this can realize long-term restoration. And after dozens of years, this radioactive content will no longer be harmful. What about this idea that we should choose to store the wastewater for a longer time? But that will add to our administration capacity, because these nuclear waste are highly radioactive and dangerous. I think they constitute a higher risk than the wastewater. The local people, the government is saying that the long-term restoration of the radioactive water will cause major concern, but now they choose to discharge it into the ocean. I don't understand the logic here. They're saying that the large tank might also be damaged due to the earthquake, but I think this is absurd. I think dangerous things like oil are stored this way, so I don't think there's a lot of things to worry. So, solidification is another solution. This is an expert in this regard. He has been working in this business for decades. This is Mr. Kawai. When the proposal was made, I gave my first presentation concerning it. I believe that ground restoration, that's to restore the water into large tanks. Another plan is solidification. These are the two tangible solutions. How does solidification happen? For example, we can make a concrete pit and mix the polluted water with sand and cement and pour them into the pit. As time goes by, they will grow harder. If we leave there for 100, 200 years, the volume of tritium will be reduced to about 1% of the previous level. That's why in the US chose this in the Savannah River nuclear power station accident. How does TEPCO react to such a plan? We talked about the burial plan, but it was abandoned because of the cost issue. So the Savannah plan was not, the pits were not completely underground. Half of them made overground. So the cost would be lowered, but they didn't study the plan carefully because the ocean discharge is much cheaper. Solidification, burial, cut of groundwater, and tank reservation are all proposed, but the TEPCO ignored all of them. This is their explanation. There will be no space for future equipment and work if they put thousands of tanks. They still look forward to the revival of the Fukushima power station. They're saying that there are no grounds to build the tanks or burial grounds because they need to ensure the burial space for the nuclear waste. We don't know if that's true. We don't know if that's appropriate. They hope to flush the pollutant water away quickly. So they abandoned the plan for long-term preservation and solidification because such plans would be negative legacy for the company, will become a monument for this man-made mistakes during this disaster.
What do you think is the reason why TEPCO refused to expand storage?
if you were to commit to storage, you'd basically be saying, actually, we don't have a solution. We have to store this waste. And that would open up a whole new discussion, which needs to happen.
肖恩·伯尼是英国资深的核环境专家，从上世纪90年代中期开始，曾在福岛工作了将近30年。
So in 2011, the Japanese government were asked, how long will it take to deal with this disaster? The reference of 30 to 40 years was used. And that's effectively become a sort of mantra that's repeated. It's not based on any real technical understanding. They still are learning every day. They're learning about the crisis at the Fukushima Daiichi plant. And they've got a lot more to learn.
When we consider all the conditions of Fukushima, how do you think about their agenda? Do you think they're kind of rushing it too much?
So there is a mythology that's being created over these last 10 years or more that it is possible to recover fully from a triple reactor nuclear meltdown. So the time frame that's given by the Japanese government, by 2040 to 2050, the entire Fukushima Daiichi site, the reactors, the nuclear waste, everything will be removed from the site and removed from Fukushima Prefecture. There's no basis for that. They really don't know what's going to happen with the Fukushima Daiichi plant over time.
So in your opinion, what should they do? What's your suggestion?
The Japanese government, if it was to be honest with the people in Japan and the wider international community, it would say, actually, we don't have a solution to the Fukushima Daiichi plant. And we have to take a step back and think again.
なぜ海洋放出は廃炉のプロセスの中で重要な一環ですかね。
政府が
What is the government thinking
やっぱりそのデブリを取り出す廃炉ね。
to retrieve the reactor's fuel remains and retire the reactor so that this will end the situation. They discharge the water into the ocean and that's over. The wastewater still exists. This is the negative legacy of this accident. This kind of discharge, I believe, is considered a formality for this incident to end. Otherwise, we'll always be there for to remind people of this accident. Our viewers are very much concerned about the processing of the wastewater. Will that affect people's health? We will talk to Mr. Wei from the Ecological and Environmental Ministry. So, Mr. Wei, can you tell us more about the processing of such wastewater?
日本福岛核污染水它里边含有的这个成分比较复杂。首先是它的
Due to the complex content of nuclides in the wastewater, there are also a lot of salt content in it.
日本啊，专门为针对这个核污染水就设计了这个处理的装置。这个处理的装置呢，我们也可能也经常会最近
They have set up this special processor for the wastewater. This system meant to deal with multiple nuclides.
到底有几种核数呢？根据这个日本东电提供的这个数据
According to the TEPCO's report, it will handle 64 nuclides.
一些少量的样品做了一些监测，然后基于这个监测的结果
This is the result after the analysis of a small sample.
确定了大概有是64种核数。针对这64种核数呢，通过这个 ALPS 系统处理的系统进行这个处理。这个处理装置呢
，and they will be going through the ALPS system.
ALPS 这个处理系统的时候呢，这部分水它要预先要经过除盐。
But this wastewater needs to be desalted,
水的分离，因为这个油啊
and then also dissect the water with oil. That means we need to get rid of all the impurities, right?
对对对对，它是
Yes.
一个初步的处理过程。然后
So that's an initial processing.
这个多核素的
And
处理系
then
统，它主要是包括
after
两部
entering
分，
the
一个是有
ALPS,
一个沉淀的处理这个单元，后面呢就是多级的。
there will first of all be a sediment
前面沉
session.
淀呢主要是去除这个核污染水里面含有的这个长寿命的一些阿尔法核素。
In order to reduce some alpha sediment with a heavier, that is heavier.
去除完之后呢，就进入了这个多级的吸附装置。这些多级的吸附装置
And then there was
包括
an
活性炭，
absorbing
其他的一些选择性的
mechanism,
这个吸附材料， 针
including
对不同的核素，
charcoal,
它考虑采用不同的
active charcoal,
这个吸附材料，就通过这种吸附的
and
方式
other absorbent.
把这个污染水里面的这些核素阻滞下来。这样的话，经
In
过这
this
一
way,
系列的
the
吸附材料之后，
harmful
出来的
ingredients
水呢，
will
就
be
是
absorbed.
他们叫处理后的水啊，处理后的水。
So
这个
this,
处理后的水，
after these
他们有
processing
制定
procedures,
了相应的这个安全标准啊，
the
如果是
processed water,
满足这些标准，它就可以
if up to
排放
standard,
到海洋里。如
could
果
be
不满足，
discharged
它还要
into the
再
ocean
进行二次的
according
处理
to the
或者是多次的处理。
local
那相当于在这
the
个过程
local
中，反正这
condition.
些核污染物
If
沉淀
not,
的沉淀
we'll
吸附
go
的吸
through
附，
another
然后
round
出来的
of
水里面按说就不应该再包括
procedures.
这些污染物，但实际操作过程当中，这样
So
一种处理方式它的有
ideally,
效性能有
the
多少
processed
呢？
water should not contain
目前看呢，就是
contaminants,
这个有效
right?
性啊，还没有得到
But
充
what
分
is
的
the
一个定
actual
义。因为
situation?
首先呢，这个装置啊，它是比较
I
一
believe
个
that this
从国内来看，还
effectiveness
是比较一
of
个
such
相对
device
新的一个装置。虽然这些吸附的技
is
术
still in question
是
because
已
this
经有的，
technology is
但是呢，
relatively
这个
new.
这个装置本身就是把这么多的这个
The installment
这个处理吸附材料啊，处理单
is
元
a
啊，合在一
novel
块儿进
thing.
行综合的处理，
Whether
还是
it will be
还是
able
省事的。所以它这
to
个
handle
像这种
such
手术的
large
装置，它
amount
必
of
须经过充
wastewater
分的实验
is
证
still a
明啊，然后
mystery.
长时间的这个实
Still
践的
need
这个
further
这个验证，
experiment
才能说它的
to
有效性。
testify
这是
and
第一个。第二
verify.
个呢是主要是因为它处理的这个核污染水它是比较特殊的，目前之
And
前也没
second,
有碰到过这样的这个核污染水，含有成分这么复杂啊。虽然前期也就是说在这个进入
as
处
we
理系统
mentioned,
之前，
this
它已经初
content
步的
in the
处理了这些
wastewater
盐类
is
啊、
too
油啊，
complex
还有一些其
that
他核素。但是
even
呢，
with
整
several
个过程是处
steps
理的
of
是
purification,
还是这个一个初步的处理，所以还有大量的这个残留在里边，
there are
会对
still
这个
some
处理系统
contents that
产
will
生
be
影响。
that will be
关于这
remaining,
个 ALPS 这个多
which
核素
might
处理，其实我
cause
们
the
之前也看
effect,
到过一些别的报道，包括
might
在韩
might
国人
cause
权高级专
might
员，但是他们
hinder
在
the effect.
2021年的一份声明当中引用的一个他们认证的独立专家也提到过啊，说觉得这个多核素处理这个 ALPS 系统经过首
So
次
this
处理之后，并没有能
ALPS
够将
system
核污
after
水当
its
中的这个
initial
污染元素降低
operation,
了安全标准，而且
a
也没有证
third-party
据在显示，
expert
如果你再
saying
过滤
that
一遍的话，
there
这
are
个能力
no
有效降不下
evidence
来。所以其实
saying
可能
that
我觉得大家会
it
更加
will
关
it
注的一个
is
问题，就
effective
是用
enough.
这种 ALPS 这种多核素处理系统，就算
Another
处理过很
concern
多次的
from
这
the
个水，
public
它
is
从
that
长远
even
来看，它
after
的这
the
种可靠性
processing
或
of
者
the
它的安全性究竟
ALPS,
是能够有多少呢？
will it
是这
be
样的，就刚才
effective in the
无
long
论是
run?
从长期看还是从短期看，就是目前获得的
I think
信
in
息
the
来
long
看，
run, in the
它
short
有
run,
这
from the
也
available
是中电他
statistics
们网站上公布的信息，大概是有
that is
65%
released by
以
TAPCO,
上的
they're saying that
65%
about
以上的这个核污染水是
65%
不达标的，经过一次处理后不达
of
标，
the
需要
wastewater
进行
are
第二次
not
处
up
理
to standard
那
and
第
need
二
to
次处
go
理之
through
后，
the
它是不是
system for a
能
second
达
time.
标？这个
But would that
目
meet the
前还没
standard
有
for a second
确
time?
切的这个数据
We don't
来
know.
表明，因
There are
为
no available
另外呢，
statistics.
这是目前获得的信息。另外，从长期来看呢，这个长期它的这个性能啊，这吸
From
附
the
材
long
料
term
特别是吸附材料的性能，它是这个逐年下降的。
perspective,
一个是它
the
本身的这个获得时间
effectiveness
就是
of the
性能就会
absorbent
下降。第二
will
个呢，就是
also be
它也
diminishing.
受到这个盐类的一些侵蚀啊。第三个呢，就是
And also there are
这
the
里面还有
factors
能源
of
因素，因
salt
为那
erosion.
个从2019年之前的好多的这个不达标的数据啊，
Before
业者本身它是
2019,
说
there were a lot
是
of
因为它人为降低了这个材料的吸附材料的更换
reports
频率，所以造成
saying
了它不达
that
标。所以
they
这里
have
面
also
从长期来
lowered
看，
the frequency
无论
of
是设计的还
changing
是材料的，以及这个它的这个
the
原相还有
materials
人
or
为因素
refreshing the materials. So all of those
那在这个过
might
程当中，就处理过程当中会
cause
有什么样的
actual
这种损耗
risks.
和发生什么样的变化呢？因为我听您的意思说，如果这个吸附的这些更换不及时的话，那它其实等于说是用
So this
还
kind
包
of
括这个污染元素的这
untimely
些过滤程序
refreshment
再去过滤一遍
of the
新的含可
absorbent
污染的水，那其实这样的效能是在
will
降低。
diminish
那同
the
时用这样
effect,
一种方
right?
式，在过程当中是不是会对水质本身产生什么额外的影
When
响？
will that affect the water quality as well?
是的，这个是这样，就是它这个吸附材料它有这个
Yes.
它的这个能力，它的饱和度的啊，就是说达到了这个
After the
它吸附到一定程度
absorbent
它就
was
不能再吸附了
saturated,
啊，有可能呢还会这个解析，就是说它已经吸附的材料还可以会
再释放回去
到
是吗？
对对对对。
it may even
那我们刚才是在很多的这个国外
you
社交
know,
媒体上看到有国外的
discharge
网友在
back
去点
the
评
wastewater
这
if
核污
not
水的时候，会
replaced in
说对这
time.
种处理水啊会打上一个引号，可能大家对这个概念都不是特别的放心。那从您的这
So
个科学
people
的
now
角
have
度上来
concern
说，
over the
像这
issue
种
of
所谓的这种
so-called
处理水，它的安
processed
全性是不是
water.
能够得到一
Is
个
that
让公
safe?
众安心的这种证实呢？
Can the public stay rest
这个
assured
是
about
取
it?
决于，主要取决于这个
I think it
两方面。
depends
从我
on
们
two
第一个时间来
aspects.
讲，一方面呢是这个这个它的这个处理的效率怎么样，就是这个真
First
正的这个你的处理
concerns
系统
the
它能处理能力怎么
efficiency
样，是不是
of
能
the
真
system.
的能够这个达到它设计的那些要求。第二个呢是你
Will
的
it be
监
up
测
to standard?
能力怎么
And
样，
second,
就是出来之后的水我监测
it's the
我们
monitoring
是不是能
system.
真实的反映它的这个真实的这
Will
个
the
水
result of the
平
monitoring
能
affect
够真
the
正的
actual
达标，
level?
就是实际上是这样一个逻辑，主要是取决于这样两方面的。
好的，
So
非常
two
感谢魏老
aspects.
师的介绍。
Thank you very
那
much,
我们
Mr.
现在
Wei,
距
for
离这
your
个本次日本决定
reply.
向这个海里面排放核污水的
Now
这
we
个时间是
are
已经越来越近了
only
哈。此前是根据日本媒体的报
we are
道，是
coming
定在了
nearer to the
日
time
本
of
当地时间
discharge.
24号的下午1点，也就是大概还有十几分钟的时
It's
间
destined to
了。
be
那在
1
此之前
p.m.
呢，其
local
实
time
是这个整个的
or
这个福岛
12
核污水事件是在2011
Beijing
年
time.
3月11号日本当地时间
So
下午2点
only
多的一次地震引发的海
about
啸，
10
对于
minutes
福岛
away.
第一核电站产生了非常严重的影响。那么在这个之后，至今为止12年的时间当中，日本的核污水是一直处
12
于增
years
长的状
after
态。
the
在刚才我
Fukushima
们的直播当中，我
accident,
也和我的
the
同事小南
wastewater
主
in
张健
Fukushima
讨论过，在
station
过去这
is still
12年当中，这个问题
increasing.
一直都没有得到有效的解决，
This
乃
problem
至
was
于
not
它从
properly
一个福岛
addressed
的核
in
污
the
染已经扩
past
展到了整
dozens
个的
of
日本的问题。那
years,
随着排海，可能也会
and
成
it
为
has
一个全
become
球性的问
a
题。那么在今天的
national
节目当
issue
中呢，稍
and
后我们也会
quickly
有来
a
自日本福岛
global
前方的
issue
记
with
者
the
和来自
discharge.
周边国家的记
We
者，
heard
给
the
我们带来前
report
方的这个第一手的
report
这样
from
的一种信
our
息的梳理。那在
our
此之前呢，我还是想跟
correspondents
张健聊
in
一聊哈，这之
Japan
前你
and
在日
also
本驻
some
外的时候，也
experts
是一直在
in
关
this
注福岛核
regard.
污染这个话题呢。关于这个排海的这件事情，对于日本本身国内的，特别是居
As
住在
a
这种可能会被
reporter
排海影
during
响
your
到的
stay
这片
in
海域当中的老
Japan,
百姓，他们是在怎么看待这件事情？
what do the
我是
local
想介绍
people
一个我
think
最
of
新看到的
such
情况，因为这
a
2天来，
decision?
我看到日本的媒体以 NHK 电视台为例吧，他们是一直在
In
进
the
行的
past
一个
days, the
福岛这个
Japanese
第一核电
media
站
such as
处理水的这
NHK
个 Q&A， 就是一些
is
问答
doing a
类，然后我
Q&A
看到是在
online
刚刚他们当地时间的
concerning
12
this
点
issue.
20分嘛，他们出了一个最新版的，
They have
是
just
8月24号
issued the
版，
latest
然后
version
里面讲到了一些他们关于这个排水的一些处理方
today
式，包括说
concerning discharge,
这次要放出的水是什么样的水，包括这个氚是什么东西，
concerning
然后
the
他们是怎么
water
样向海里
and the
进行排水的。
concept
我
of
觉
the
得
tritium.
关于这方面呢，我也可以给大家介绍一下，包括这张这个图片，待会儿我们麻烦在大屏幕上给大家打出来一下。首先是这方面，然后谈到当地的这个居民嘛，对于这个排海的影响，他们的这个
We can show you the graphs later, but you mentioned about the local people's reaction to this. Of course, they are panicking.
首先大家可以
Well,
看到
this
最
is
左上
the
角就金
picture.
黄的那一块，上面写的这
As
个
you
实际
can
上就是储水
see
罐所在的一
at
个
the
位置，
top left,
一大片。
that's where the
对，
tanks were
然后根据
located.
日本方面所公布的一个数据呢，是在6月29号吧，现在 NHK 引用的还是这个最新的数据。实际上，这个大概有1000个左右的这个储水罐放在上
There
面，
are about
它们的总容
1,000
量呢
tanks
大
over
概
there
是
with a
137万吨。
total
然后实际上呢，在
volume
6月
of
29号当时呢，是已经是
1.3 million tons. And currently, about 98% of them are used. So according to TABCO, there will be no containers left.
接下来他们要怎么样进行排海呢？就是要从最左上
And how would the
片
discharge
集中区域给
go?
挪动到稍微右上角的那3个小格子里，也就是在排海之前的3
There are
个
3
这个对水
cubics
进行处理的这样一个区
on
域。
the
在
top
它们中间
left
呢，
or
就是
top
刚才咱们
right.
提到的这个多核素处理
These
器
are the
会先经过多核素
processing
处理器，然后到达那
facilities.
3个小方块
They
里
will
面，
go through
在
the
这里进行一
ALPS
个
and then be
储
stored
存。然后
at
按照日
the
本当地他们自己的
facility.
说法说，这是经过处理了，他们认为没有问题了。然后
This is
再往下
processed
面，
water,
通过这个管道会
which
一
is
直
up
下
to
面有
standard
个约翰
according
自己
to
的
the
储水
local
槽的地
media.
方，实际上这是一个大坑，他们挖的，那里面会存了相当数量的这个他们经过处理的，实
And
际上是
in the
从水
middle,
水
there
流
is a storage tank
对，就这里已经是非常
at
靠
the
近海
coastal
边了。
line, as you can
从那下
see.
面，他们又从地底挖了一条非常长的海底的这样一个
And
通道，
they dig this
1公里长，就是我
underwater
们看到那个黄色
channel
的
of
虚线，
about
就从海里面
1
开始算，一
kilometer
直到
long.
海里的这个排海口吧。然后根据他们这样，实际上在目前我看到今天这个 NHK 上面它的报道的数据啊，就是说到目前为止呢，在这个他们那儿
According
保
to the
存的这
NHK,
个水罐里面的水大概还有70%，他们并没有进行放射性
there
物
are
质的去除，就还在上面存着。
still
然
about
后不
70%
满
of
用他们
water
的话来说是
that
不
is
满足这个
stored
排海
are
的条
not
件，虽然说
processed
他们
and
认为
should
是
not be
经
discharged.
满足排海条件，实际上也是不满足的。
The
然
rest
后他
are
们
up to
会
standard,
对于这
according to
个
them.
最上面进行一道工序，就一连串的处理吧。他们说是会先处理，然后就对它的这个放射进行测试，然后
They will
再对它进
first
行一个
go
稀释，
through the
然后最后
process
再进
of
行排放。然后这样
ALPS and
一个
then
处理过程吧，就平
test
均
it and then
这一
dilute
次
it
下
before
来可能说是
discharge.
要2个月左右。就一次呢，一次性
This
处理，
whole
然后
process,
然后会分成这个3个
processing
水
process
罐的
will
这个
processing
集群
procedure
吧，
will
进行分
take
别处
about
理。
2
实际上
months.
整个时间还是比较缓慢的，所以最后也
So
是
it's
我们
quite
说
a
为什么
long
他们需要
process.
进行一个30年的这样一个程度。所以现在我们可以看到
That's why
日本政
the
府包
time
括日
period
本
has
的一
been
些
dragged to
媒体
30
吧，他们在这
years.
方面的宣传，就极力想要在国内对于这个日本民众的这样一个科普，或者说是让他们放心这块上面还是比较不遗余力。但是至于真相怎么样，最后的效果怎么样，这个我们不得而知。
We, however, do not know about the results of the process. Only time can tell. A lot of our guests mention that 30 years is quite a long time, and there are a lot of uncertainties. Mr. Wei also mentioned that this kind of ALP system probably, in theory, would not be enough to take out all of the impurities in water. Now we are only several minutes away from the time of discharge. Let's talk to a local reporter once again.
好的，主持人。 我现在所在的位置是福岛县东部沿海的浪江町，那这里距离东京呢大约是4个小时的车程。我们得知
This is Fukushima's Count Prefecture.
那昨天呢也是连夜赶往了这里。那其实我所在的这个浪江町
several hours away from Tokyo.
一并呢都是受到311核事故以及海啸的冲击。
This is one of the most affected regions due to the tsunami. This is a dam that has been immersed in tsunami and has been rebuilt. This region that we're looking at is completely vacant, and you cannot see anyone. This is one of the deserted schools. The tsunami actually devoured this whole region. There are nobody here anymore. This is the coastal line where the wastewater will be discharged. A lot of media came here, but no local people can be seen. We are about 6.5 kilometers away from the Fukushima power station. This is a radioactive detector. You don't normally see this in your daily life.
我们所处位置的这个情况，在变动数字。
Now did you see the
我们看到
measurement?
现在上面显示的是
We can see that
0.10
the number is
微西
0.1.
弗每小时。不过大家可以放心，我们现在在的这个直播位置还是相对安全的。
But it's okay for us to stay here for a short period of
将这
time.
个辐射仪
We
带了
drove
出来
all the way
我们
from
看到现在这个
Tokyo,
辐射指数还在不断的升高，现在已经达到了
and as we
0.12、
come nearer,
0.1、0.12
and
左
the
右。
number is going
我
up.
们在东京的时
Now
候，它
it's
的数字是
0.12.
0.01，也就是说，
2.
现在我所站的位置的辐射
In
量
Tokyo, this
是
number
东
was
京的
0.01.
而我们
So
途
that
经的时
means
候，
this
发现这
radioactivity
个
level
辐射
here
仪
is 10
最高
times
的指
higher
数呢是达到了
than that in
2.0，
Tokyo.
也就是说比现在还要高出很多倍。那那是什么样一个地区呢？是福岛当地的无人区，
As high
也
as
就是归还困
2.0,
难区域。
which
为
is
什
the
么呢？因
no
为辐
man's
射太
land,
高了，所以现在日本
which
政府
is
指示当地的居
irreversible.
民仍然需要在外面避难，不能够回到
The
自己的
local
家园。
people that
而根据统计，现在因为核
that
辐射
used
没有
to
办法
reside
回
there
到自
cannot
己福
return
岛
to
的
their
老家
homes.
居住的这样的居民有3万人左右。
There are still
根据
30,000
我们得到的
people
最新消息，东京电力公司
that cannot
已
return.
经确认了氚浓
Are
度以及
dislocated.
设备的安全性，
They are
它的所谓
displaced.
的安全性，即将在北京时间的12点将核污染
After
水排
checking
放
the
入海。
so-called security
现在在我
level,
身后，大家可以看到
TAPCO will be discharging
连接大海的位置，
polluted
有一些白色的
wastewater
建筑物，
into the ocean.
那里
At
就
the
是
far end of our
福
camera,
岛
the
第一核
white
电站。
architecture is the Fukushima
这
first
其实
power
也是我
station.
们所有媒体基本上能够达到距离福岛第一核电
This
站
is
最
as far
近
as
的
we
一个
can
位置了。那
go
前面的区
as
域已经被
media.
日本给封锁，我们无法进入。
The further area are under lockdown.
那根据我们得到的最新消息，东京电力公司
According to the
在今天
latest
上午
news,
是举行了临时记者会，
TAPCO
分
held
辨
a
称首
temporary
次排海的这个核污染水
press
样本的
conference
氚
this
浓度
morning,
是每升43到63贝克勒尔，符合排放标准。
saying that
供电城今
the
天的天气情
density
况也
is
没有问题，
43 to 46
所以确认
becquerel
将会在当地
per
时间
liter,
今天下午
and
1
the
点，
meteorological
北京
condition is
时
up to
间12点
standard,
开始
so
排放
that
福
the
岛第一核电
wastewater
站的核污染
will
水。
be discharged into the ocean
东电方面称，
by
排海
1
作业
p.m.
呢
local
将在
time.
位于核电站内名为免震重要楼的设施内，从监控室用远程操作的方式来进行。
This
工作人员呢
discharge
也会
will
将
take
操作
place
的这个
through
画面
remote
启动水
operation.
泵，将核污染水和海水混合之后注入水槽当中。 然后混合后的这个
The
核污染
water
水
will be
从
wastewater
上游
will be
水槽
mixed
溢出
with
的时候，就
seawater,
会流入此前修建的这个海底隧道。
and the water will enter the underwater tunnel
也是受到了极大的关注。
here.
海底隧道总长1公里，
It
正
is
是
1
通过这样
kilometer
的
long,
1公里的海底隧道，
and
直接
through the tunnel,
将福岛第一核电站的核污染水排
the
放入
polluted
现在
water
我们镜头前的这
will
片大海。
be discharged into the ocean
东
we're
京电力
looking
公司
at
表示，第一
right
次
now.
排海将排放大约7800
The
吨核污
first
染水，
discharge
计
involves
划从今天起连续排
7,800
放17天左
cubic
右。
meters of water and
那
will
整个
last
这个
for
2023
17
年度，
days
也
starting
就是
from
截止
today.
到明年3月底，
By
总
the
共
end
排
of
放
March
3.12
next
万
year,
吨，
the
相当
total
于呢是
discharge
要排空
volume
大约
will
30个储罐。
reach 31,000
那此前日本政府排放核污
tons,
染水的
which
理由啊，就是
empties
储罐不够了。而今年排
30
完这30
tons
个储罐，还有
30
1000多个。
tanks. But after
我们看到
today's
现在
discharge,
时
will
间
be another
越来越近，
1,000 tanks remaining. The time is drawing near
本年度排放
for
的
the
核污染水预
discharge.
计占到总量的
The
2.3%。
total discharge
今后
will count
整个
for
排海的区间
2.3%
还
of the
将持续
total
30年以上。
wastewater, and this process will last
再有1
for
分钟
more
左右，
than 30 years. In about 1 minute.
我现在所在的位置，我
The
现在
place
所在
I'm
的地点
standing
将
right
会发
now,
生
the location
翻
where
天
I'm
覆
at,
地的变化。
will undergo
现在
historical change. Now it's 12 o'clock sharp. The wastewater is officially discharged into the ocean from the Fukushima power station. This is another day for the local people to remember. August the 24th, the day for the official discharge of the wastewater from Fukushima power plant. And life will never be the same for the local people. That's all for my report. We will still continue to report on the latest updates.